Hey, morning everybody, afternoon even. Christ, that's a good start, isn't it? How are we all doing? So, at the normal time today, no car boot selling today. It's absolutely hammering down here, and Mrs. Cruncher's had to go into work today. Stock taking day, apparently. So, home alone. Got to do the dogs and chickens, as Jess is saying. Who we got in then? We got Anthony in. Hi, Anthony. Jess is saying best to Mrs. Cruncher and the dogs and the chickens. As I say, Mrs. Cruncher shot off to work, and the dogs and chickens will need doing later. So I'm on a deadline today. Afternoon, Phil. How are you? Phil Taylor. Bretsky. Hi, Brett. Adrian. Hi, Adrian. Rob's in. Hi, Rob Titheridge. Harvey. Node-verse polarity. Would I ever do that? Dear, oh dear. Well, I hope you all felt my pain last week. What a nightmare that was. It's gone back to its owner. I haven't heard back actually, so I'm assuming it's got back okay and it's working. Afternoon, Benji. And Nick's there. Hi, Nick. Doing gardening. We must have different weather to what we got down here, Nick, because it ain't gardening weather. Afternoon, Barry. Rob Cross. Hi, Rob. David Tagg. How are you? And Les. Hi, Les. Keith, hi Keith. Colin's in. Hi Colin. Doug, hi Doug. And Floppy. How you doing? It's morning there. Okay, Doug, I got it right. I got it right in some parts of the world then. Oh, it's raining there, Benji, is it? So yeah, today I've got in another one of these Sony airband radios. Now I've done one of these in the past. In fact, I've done two of them actually. I've repaired two. One I did on video, I think, and another one I did because I'd already done one. But this one's come back in. It's not come back in, this is a new one in. And it doesn't seem that bad at first glance, but I'll show you what's happening with it anyway. Hi Dorf, how are you? And Dave Rhodes, looking forward to seeing a proper airband set. Yeah, these are built like a brick toilet, to be fair. They really are well made. And I've got two here today. One is my own radio, which has got the problem, and the other one is a customer's radio. So I'm going to try and get them both apart if we've got time. I've got 4 hours. It normally takes me 4 hours to do one, so you never know. I might be lucky. It's easier to do them as a pair, really, because I can glue them both at the same time. And they're both going to have the same problem, hopefully. I might have to get the microscope out. I don't really know yet. And where's my main camera today then? That's all over the shop. Obviously, I haven't sorted that out, have I? There we are. So this is quite interesting because I've never seen the box for one of these. I don't even think I've seen one on eBay with a box. And this dates from around about, oh, the service manual's dated 88. So usually they make the service manual to coincide with it being released, I suppose. I mean, the serial number on this one is 108071. I don't know whether that means anything. But yeah, really nice to have the actual original box. So I mean the radio's just here, but I thought we'd have a look inside the box because just for posterity. So inside looks like we've got telescoping antenna for portable scanners and walkie-talkies. So it looks like this was an add-on antenna that someone's bought, maybe to try and make it a bit better than the original antenna. Oh, okay. Interesting. I mean, it's got different extensions for different bands. Look, that's interesting. which is correct, really, I suppose, because you know the shorter the aerial, the higher the frequency it would be used on. Yeah. So VHF low, VHF high. Yeah, interesting. This aerial isn't with it though. I did have a look, and we've got the original user's manual as well. Look, good stuff. Andrew Harris, no 8.3. No, it's not got 8.33 steps, Andrew. You need a more modern one for that. So yeah, we've got the original operating instructions, and this is actually dated 1984. So that dates it a bit earlier again, doesn't it? Interesting. So maybe it's 84 then. Maybe the service manuals are later printing. But it's nice to have the original user manual, because these are things, you know, it's old school scanner really. Though they don't call it a scanner, they call it a receiver, but it is potentially what you would class as a scanner. It's got a scan function. Does that make it a scanner? I don't know. You can certainly scan through the memories, you can scan through the bands on it. So it's got the power. It actually tells you what way round the plug is on this one as well. It says that it's center pin negative. It's also got a switch inside for the 9 kilohertz or 10 kilohertz steps for medium wave. And in the UK we use 9 kilohertz, and I think the US is 10 kilohertz. So it says for airband, PSB or FM uses supplied antenna. Doesn't say anything about any other antennas, does it? No. I believe there's there's an external antenna socket on the top of this one. So you can plug it into an external aerial. So it's a really nice radio. They're very well made, apart from unfortunately these pots that fall apart. So here's the inside of the box, look. And we've got the original Sony antenna, which is just like a rubber duck type antenna. So I'm assuming it's just a coil. I mean, you can just about see the coils inside. This coil, it's probably capacitively coupled in somewhere to make it work on all the bands. And we've even got the original accessory box, look. Interesting stuff. So we've got the actual original carry strap, and this one has actually got the brackets for the strap. The other ones I've had in, including mine, haven't got these brackets, which is a bit of a shame. I wouldn't mind the brackets and a strap, but something that's not going to come up very often, isn't it? You'd have to buy the whole kit to get the bits. This is the problem. We've even got an earplug made in Japan. It's got Sony on it, so it's an original Sony earplug. Very nice. It's a lovely thing to have. I think the owner did say he's bought this from new. He's had it from new, but the volume pot has just started playing up. But so let's get its antenna out. So I just thought I'd show you the original box of bits and pieces, because anybody that collects old stuff like this, you know, they want it as close to original as possible. If you get the original box, even better. Nothing much else on the box really. It says computer controlled tuning system. I'm not really sure how it's computer controlled, but PSB, AIR, FM and AM. 40 memories, multi-scan system. There's not a lot of memories, is it, when you compare it to modern scanners? So let's pop the aerial on this one then. Let's get you in a little bit closer now that we've got the box out of the way. Let's catch up with the chat a minute. Andrew's going up the park later with the radio. Dorth, can you receive something with it today? Yeah, you can receive airband on it, no problem at all, Dorth. I mean, it's, you know, this 8.33 step thing, it doesn't seem to matter. As long as you're fairly close to it, you'll be able to receive it. I mean, I've not had any problems with my older radios, and I have repaired quite a lot of vintage airband radios, and they all seem to pick up airband still, so I don't think it's too much of an issue. It's got everything on it, really, hasn't it? I suppose it's got AM on it, so it's got long wave, medium wave, and short wave, this one. So it does 150 kilohertz to 2194 kilohertz, or 2.19 megs. PSB, so that's the amateur band, really. 144 to 174, so that's into the business radio bands, isn't it? Airband is 108 to 136, and it does FM 76 to 108. So let's turn it on then. Turn the volume down a bit. Okay, we can hear a bit of hiss. So you can hear it's intermittent. That could be the squelch. Let's pop the squelch up. No. Yeah, so it's got the issues with the pots again. Now the owner thought it might just need a squirt of switch cleaner, but you don't really want to be putting switch cleaner in these. They just got to come apart, unfortunately. So let's have a look. Got to remember how to tune the things now. Okay. Direct. That's classic FM. There, so it's definitely knackered, isn't it? Right, so that's the customers. Let's grab mine a minute. Now mine is much worse. Just pinch the battery pack out of that one for a sec. It's not quite as good condition, mine, although the buttons haven't got the wear that this one's got. So this one's probably had more use, but it's been kept in quite nice condition. This one's, the buttons are a bit yellowed. Let's just pop the battery pack in a minute. Let's turn mine on. Let's go to FM. Hang on, I'm on AIR. 100. So mine, you can hear it's even up full whack. It's deficit post, so the volume control, you can just about hear it. And that's flat out. So yeah, the this one's even worse. So let's pop that one over there. So yeah, this one's even worse. There you go. Let's get it apart anyway. Let's get it apart. It's not dirty. It's collapsed. Yes, there's a little tiny. Oh no, why is that not working? There's a little tiny bit of metal that's the wiper for the potentiometers, and it breaks away from the plastic holder that it's fitted to, and that's unfortunately what happens. So we need to get it apart. I can remember having problems getting one of these apart, but we shall see. Let's put something down to just protect it a minute. Stop it getting scratched. And let's get it apart. Let's sort out where my working place is. So I do it about there. Let's just alter the camera for you. Hi Nigel, how are you? It's quite a lumpy bit of kit. I mean, without the radios on, it's still fairly heavy. Very well made inside. Very well made. You can have a look, see who's on the repeaters. We could turn it on, try it out. I'm curious. Dorf, I thought I'd done that, yeah? They were decent in the day, Nigel, were they? Several versions with different frequency coverage for the FM band, if I remember correctly. Yeah, this one has got UK marked on the box, so it's obviously made for the UK market. They may have different ones over there. I think we've got to take these out. So let's see if I can find a little pot for the screws. So we've got to take these out by the looks of it. Japanese, so they're nearly all these Phillips screws, the Japanese radios. I say it's nice to see the little supports for the strap. I don't know why people take those off, but as I say, this is the first one I've seen with these on it. These are well worth picking up. They do tend to fetch 3 figures though, or close to 3 figures, so they are quite an expensive radio to buy still. Back in the day they would have been very expensive, I'm sure. So I took the 2 screws out the side. There's 2 in the top here. And there's 2 on the inside. Incidentally, this one's in the 10 kilohertz position, which is wrong for the UK, but well, I say it's wrong. You never know. I do get stuff wrong myself, don't I? Occasionally. Afternoon, Arena. How are you? Have they got a squelch control? Yes, they have, Andrew. This is the issue really, because you've got volume and squelch on the top here. This is volume and this is squelch. They're both made by the same manufacturer. Now, I'm not sure if it's Alps. I can't remember the make now. But yeah, they've both got exactly the same design of potentiometer in them, and you can't get them. You can botch something up, but you know, one of the features of these is that the actual buttons pop up. So you push them down to lock them, and when you want to alter them, you just pop them up. And you can't get that anymore. I did inquire about having them manufactured, and I think it was a minimum of 1,000 order. It's a minimum of 1,000 to order them. So I thought, nah, I won't be doing that. All right, let me think then. So I've undone the screws, so it should come apart. Here we go. So we got a little, very well made these. Come on, don't be naughty. It doesn't want to come off, does it? That one does by the looks of it. Don't really want to pull any of these wires out. Let's get a little screwdriver and just help that. Don't want to come off, do they? You've got to push a little tab in to pull them out. Well, they should come out nice and easily, but this one's got other ideas. Just like a little locking piece there. Push that down, it should just pull out, but doesn't seem to want to today. That's because it's live, isn't it? There we go, that's one. This one should be the same. Just pop that tab and pull, and no, it doesn't want to come. Oh, it's coming. Come on. God, he's fighting all the way, that one. There you are. Right, so we don't need to do anything to this bit, just the back panel that's disconnected. The bit we need is up here, and it's on the back of the board, so the whole lot's got to come out. So it's taped in the side there. Try and get that bit of tape off, because keep it as original as possible. Right, so I think we've got to pull the knobs off. I ought to look in the service manual, didn't I, really? But oh, God, there's always one in there. There's always one. God, that one does not want to come off. Flipping heck. Whew. Let's see if we can lever that one. Hell. Okay, what we'll do is we'll give that one a little squirt of WD a minute. Just a little tiny dribble. Let that soak in, that should ease it up a bit. Oh, Christ. There's a switch cleaner. Just saying hello. Let's get these other screws out then. So there's a screw there on the bottom. A black screw. In fact, the black screws look to be the same size. Now this is the one I had problems with last time on this radio, and I had to drill this one out, but Oh, that one's come out fine. So there's one in the top, right in through there. There we are. So now I should be able to get a bit more grip on that. Get that off. Well, it's off. It's off and it's on the floor somewhere. There it is. Yeah, that came off the bit of WD-40 out there, I think. So there's our two pots in the end. These are the two that have got to come out. So you can see they're still pretty deep in the radio. So they've got to come right out. Okay. I'm trying to think whether they come out from the bottom or the top. I think this comes off the top and then unscrew that and then they come out, I believe. I ought to have a look at the service manual really, but you know, who wants to look at the manual? We don't want to look at the manual, do we? So you've got some screws holding this board on by the looks of it. 3. Not very tight, incidentally. 2 of those are pretty loose. So, now I thought that just tilted over. Ah, it's another one there, look. Missed one. 4 screws. Okay, still held in by something. What is holding it? Pretty sure this just pulls off and slides across, but it looks like it's stuck. There's some tape in there. Ah, yes it does. It's just stuck with a bit of tape. Yeah, we're in. We're in. Jay, how are you? What's up? Doing all right, thanks, mate. Theo, how you doing, mate? Things run quicker. Tracer Brett. So we're in. This is the 2 pots that we need to get to. And there's 1 screw that holds them in, I believe, and a few more of these little connectors. So let's unscrew this screw. And this one. Actually, do I need to take that bracket off? I don't. Yeah, well, I might make it a bit easier. No, actually that's the whole of the inside of the radio, so let's not take that bracket right off. I thought I did take it off previously though when I did one of these. Let's leave those two screws there for a minute because I don't really want that hanging off there for too long. Yes, it's just a case of undoing these two nuts and off it comes. So we use the universal nut taker offer. Saying that, I still don't think that's going to come out when I undo those, is it? Because these are mounted on a little PCB and we need to get that PCB out. I think we're going to need to take this off as well. This other board. Otherwise I'm not going to be able to get at the PCB. More screws. And another layer of board. There we go. Oh dear. We're even further now. And one thing I have learnt doing these is that the socket won't fit in here anyway. A little box spanner might, but they put like Loctite on here, but the Loctite's halfway up the thread, not down where it sits. There we go, it's coming looser now. It is a bit of a nightmare. Theo, it is a bit of a nightmare. That's why they send it to me, innit? Just get it past the Loctite and then it should come off. Cool. Loctite's making it really, really tight. I don't think a socket will fit in there. Let me just go and get a socket a minute, see if a socket will fit. It needs to be long reach as well. There's a severe lack of beer is going on as well today, which is not good. Looks like all my sockets have jumped out. I may have even taken some of the sockets back out where they should be in my socket set. I don't think I got the right socket there anyway, but we'll have a look. That one might do it. Paddy, how you doing, mate? It is Doug, yeah. Ah, there we are. It does fit. So what size is that? That is 11mm. So now that board should just pop out, which it will. Let's just pop these connectors. They're going to come out nicely this time. You're going to come out without a fight. Come on. Come out. Nope. So we're going to have to undo that bit as well. Get a bit more grip on them. There. That was easy, wasn't it? So there's our radio, and that's the bit that we need to get at. So this is where it gets starts getting really fiddly now. So definitely I need to get some beer underway. Let's get the overhead camera on, because you're not going to see it with the other camera now. Oh, the overhead camera's not connected. Okay, that's great. Yay, there we are. Let's just brighten that up a little bit. So there they are. That's the little switches. Switches and pots. I'm trying to think. I think the actual squelch has got a switch built into that, because it's got auto squelch and normal squelch, I believe. Yeah. I don't know if you can quite see that. Let's just see if I'll focus on that. There we go. So yeah, if you look at the squelch pot, if it's pressed in, it's on auto squelch. If it's popped out, then it's a manual squelch. So the squelch pot has got a switch in it, which again is another reason that why you can't get a replacement. So they've got like a little spring loaded, if you push it, it pops up, and then you push it back down and it locks again. So they're fairly unique. I have got some similar size pots, but they're not the same. And you can do a modification if you can find a pot that fits, and you've basically got to turn either leave it in auto squelch or turn the auto squelch off and just use it as manual squelch. So if all else fails, you can do that. Right, we've got to get them apart. Let's get some of this stuff out of the way. Let's make some room. Let's put that over there for now. Zoom that out a little bit. We're a little bit too close there, really. Let's turn on the desoldering tool, make a bit of noise. Let's go back to the main camera. So what I'll do is I'll get these off, we'll put it to one side, and then I'll go and pull the other ones off. But one of the things you've got to do is take the heads off of these pins. So these pins hold all the body together, and you've got them in a little bit further on the volume pot. So the volume pot is just a basic three pin. input ground and wiper, or input wiper ground. As I say, the squelch pot's got a lot more going on. It's got a little tiny surface mount resistor in there as well. You can just about see that. Is that your static mat? No, this is just a rubber, one of those, I don't know what you call it, like a gripper mat really, but it just stops everything moving about. And I did the very similar repair on Derek's Kenwood, or Trio. I did a Trio as well. Is Derek in today? I haven't seen Derek. Maybe I missed him. Anyway, let's get a Guinness underway. I think to start with, I've got some more alcohol-free stuff. It doesn't. Yeah, my camera doesn't like to focus today. Oh well. Just get a new spare part. Yeah, I wish, Dorf. There was a CB radio that used a very similar part, but the spec on the pot's different. It's a different resistance on the pot. Plus, you can only get it from the States, so you've got all the duty and shipping and everything else. It's just a nightmare. All you can do is repair these and hope that it lasts. I say I've done two over the last probably 3 years, and neither of those has had a problem since. There he is. Speak of the devil. Afternoon, Derek. Right. Desoldering tool is now up to temperature. Let's get these pots off this little board. That's one. These are no, they're not double-sided actually on this one. Got a little tiny peg holding that one in. Let's push that out. So there's our volume pot. Let's see if the squelch comes off as nice as that. I think it's the little Kenwoods like Derek's that's it's got the double-sided board. Afternoon, Johnny. So that should hopefully come off. There we are. So you can pop that little board to one side, and that's our two pots. So next thing we need to do is get these pins out. So one thing that's caught me out in the past is getting these put back together in the right position, because if you put them back wrong, and I've done this on one of these radios, I put one of the pots back in wrong and it was 180 degrees out. So you really have got to make sure they go back in the right order. So what we'll probably do is just make a little mark across the three pieces, and the other thing to know is which way round this little board goes. There's lots of pieces inside this which make it really fiddly, so let's just make a little score across some of these parts. So it's got a little line across all three sections there. We'll do the same with this. Just so they match up. And we also need to know which is the top and the bottom, so I'm going to just make a score across there. Now that's going to confuse it then, isn't it? Let me get a pen and do that. Just so as we know which way up all the components go. So if I turn them both anti-clockwise as far as they go, there we are. Getting there. Yes, yeah, we are, Derek. This is a Sony AIR-7, which uses pretty much the same pots, really. They're exactly the same construction inside. I don't think yours have got the push buttons, have they? I'm not 100% sure now. It's a little while ago. So I did Derek's Kenwood radio, and I did his friend's trio as well at the same time. So the next thing we need to do is get these pins out. The best way of doing that is the good old Dremel. So I think what we'll do though at this stage, we'll get the other one apart as well. So if I mark these pots, if I write a 1 on these two, we know which radio it comes out of. So radio number 1. So doing them as a pair, let's get mine apart now then. Now we're experts on taking them apart. Let's get radio number 2 pulled apart. Desoldering gun, yeah, it does. Anyway, cheers everybody. So say mine's missing the little clips. Let's get another container for mine. We don't want to use the same. We don't want to be pinching bits from both radios. I want to make sure they're 100% go to the right radio. We'll just do a little number 1 on that pot. Number 2 on this one. Then we're not going to get the bits mixed up. So again, I haven't got the bits for the sides on this one. Really, you ought to put smaller screws in the side of these. In fact, I think I did on one of the ones that I did. I put some smaller screws in the side. I think they're 2.5 M2.5. I don't think they're M3. Let's get my battery holder out. 2 screws in there. So serial number on mine is 54009. And what's the serial number on this one? 108071, so a much later one than mine. So this is an earlier one. I can see, incidentally, there's a wire pinched in there. Can you see that? Someone's been in this. That's not good. That ain't good. I certainly haven't been in it. Somebody has. Somebody's been in and tried to fix it, I think. Which usually means it makes it worse and harder to repair for me. So say you're not going to be able to see the finished article on these because of the fact that the glue that I'm going to use needs to set overnight. But you'll get the gist of what needs doing to them. Did you receive? Yes, I did. Yes, it arrived yesterday, Derek, so thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, so that's the speaker wire that had been caught in there. So somebody's had it apart and probably put it back together again pretty sharpish, I think. Once they've had a look inside, they probably thought, oh my God. Who can we send that to repair? Just get the these plugs out. If they're going to come out, they're going to come out. They're going to come out fighting, aren't they, still? Really awkward to get these out. There's just a little tiny tab at the back and they should just lift out, but they're really in tight together. There we are, that's one. Should make the other one a bit easier to come out. Please. Yeah, there we go. Right, that's mine. So let me put that over there on the desk. Not really any difference between the two that I can see so far. Apart from the tapes stuck on differently on this one. Right, let's go in with the screws. See if we can pull the knobs off. Oh, they came off a lot easier. Screw in the top. Oh, hello. Oh, I don't know. Got it. Yeah, that screw, I don't know what they screwed that top one in with, but it's hellish hard to get it out. We're doing the double. A double whammy. Multi, how are you, mate? You've been out for a walk, very nice too. It is an old airband scanner. Okay, right, so we know that we need to get, do I need to get both boards out or do I just need to take this top one out? Think, Graham. I think I might be able to get away with just taking this board out. Let's have a look. Ah, see, I didn't need to take both the boards out last time, look. Right, my socket is there. Doesn't look like I've got any Loctite on these. Luigi, how are you, mate? Let's pop the desoldering tool on again because we'll be ready to desolder this shortly. Yeah, no Loctite on these nuts. So obviously later they decided as part of the build they would stick Loctite on them. Come on. Always got to be one, isn't there? So I didn't need to take all three parts of the board apart on that last one, but there you are. There. Another one out. So just waiting for that to get up to temperature. make our little mark. Actually, now we'll go across the top. Yeah, this is greasy, so someone's given these pots a spray, I think, which doesn't work. So this is pot number 2. Number 2. Right, desolder these. Cardiff's a bit gloomy. So Cardiff's the right pain to fix them. Yeah, it is. Fairly sunny up there, Nick. Yes, it's picked up a little bit here, but it's not great still. It's the first one out. Just pop that out. Next, yeah, you can tell this. The resistors on this are the older style cylindrical surface mount. That last one catch. There's always one in there. Just touch up with a soldering iron. There we go. There, number 1 and number 2 done. Right, so we need to get a tool put in that one now for just to grind the tops off. And we've got a little tiny one that'll just about fit in. Is that the one I use? Or is it a smaller one? I think it's one of these. A little bit bigger. Because these are very slightly recessed, so. Might be a bit too big, but then I do need to get down. What else have we got here? There's too big. Oh, hang on, there's more. So one of these would have been the ones that I used before, so that one there is probably the best bet. Screw me spanner. The odd SMDs are called MILFs. They are normal resistors with missing leads. Yeah, they are like that. I'll get it under the overhead camera in a second. We'll be able to see. So yeah, that's the difference between the two boards, look. If you see the resistors on them. This one's got these old cylindrical type resistors, but they are very early surface mount, and then this one's got the newer sort of chip type surface mount. You can't really see that very well because I'm a bit far away, but I think you can just about see them. There's one there and there's one over here. So yeah, that's the difference in age of the boards. So I'm going to stick this this tip in, so it's like a diamond, quite a small tip, because I need to get in here in this little tiny recess. So it's like a recessed pin. So we've got two, there's 2 pins on each of them, so we need to grind those off. So we're going to go get nasty with it, grind them off with this. Let's plug in and get a grind in. So what speed are we on? Let's keep it low. Let's hopefully I don't grind me. So we'll look at that in a minute. Let's get the old goggles on. That's one gone. So that one should be gone. Just get a little screwdriver and just give it a tweak. There we go. So yeah, you can see now that the pins will pull out from the back. So I'm going to leave it in for a minute, because I don't want bits falling out everywhere. Let's get the other 4 done, other 3 done. It's probably better, safer if I put this on. Right. So let's get this one done first. Hopefully, if I've ground them off enough, which I have. So this is where bits start falling everywhere now. So let's pull the pins out. You can't reuse these pins. You can't reuse them because you've got nothing to bend over. I suppose you could sort of try and epoxy the ends back in, but I just put some capacitor legs in these, which seems to work. Basically anything that's about 1 mil, I think it is. Let's get that one out. Not quite in the camera. So that's the first one, so I'm going to leave that there, because the problem child is in here. This is the part that's got the potentiometer in it that's potentially collapsed. So next thing we need to do is get this little tiny circlip off the end, which is very tricky because it's miniature. I'm going to have to put my goggles on for that because I can't see it. Hopefully now, the very first one of these I did, that little thing there pinged across the room, never to be seen again, so I had to buy some more of those little circlips. That's the pin, little piece that goes on top. Okay, right, here's the potentiometer. The piece we need is this white bit in here. Get the brass bit off. And there's two little clips either side which hold this plate in. Well, is that going to come off? Or am I going to... Come on, there we are. So I don't know how well you can see this because it is absolutely miniature, but oh, hello, too far. I'll try and show it as best as I can, but you can sort of see there, I think the light's blowing it out a little bit. So this is what the problem is this bit starts moving, and this one, yeah, it is moving. This one's not too bad. It's started to pack up, but it's not quite gone yet. But I need something a bit firmer to rest that on now. Let's pop it on this this book here. You better see it a bit better then. Okay. It doesn't want to focus now. You can just about see that, but what's happening is this plastic piece, let's get another pair of tweezers. Turn it that way. Where's my bent tweezers? Ah, get off. Yeah, so what's happening is this plastic piece here is moving. It's hard to show it really, but it's these tracks are able to actually go downwards. I've gone off camera again, look. Yeah, so basically that track has now come loose from this plastic holder. So there's two things to do. One is to I like to put a bit of heat in, because I think both of those two plastic pegs there have broken away. I like to put a little bit of heat on with the soldering iron just to squash that into the plastic a bit more. And then I like to glue it across. Now I think I did this last time with blue tack, which seemed to work okay. Sime. So the neighbour's lovely quiet dog's kicking off again. Right, so a little bit of blue tack just holds it in place. Now I thought that might have been a bad idea, but it did work quite well last time. There, so I've just got it mounted on a bit of blue tack now. Focus it again. It's not focusing very well. I think it's because the lights, there we are. That's a bit better. So as I say, the issue is this piece here. You see it's moving. In fact, that little peg's just popped off. I don't think that one's held by much. So what I'll do is I'll get all four out, we'll put them on here, then I'll start gluing them up. So there's one down, 3 to go. Search the carpet with a magnet. I've done that as well, Floppy. The convoy flashlights. I think the light here is pretty bright, to be honest, Dorf, but this overhead camera's a bit finicky, to say the least. Let's get another one done then. This one should pop out. So this is the squelch and this is volume. I think they're identical, but and that one's got a spring in it as well. Just try and get this circlip off. Got it. Let's pop that in there. Let's pull that out. Brass bit off. Let's keep these separate. You know, these are not meant to be repaired, are they? So they don't make it easy. Really, someone should have, in hindsight, bought up a load of these and carried them going. As I say, they will remanufacture them, but yeah, that one's actually totally off, that one. That one is totally off. And this is the volume one. Yeah, that one's totally off. Where are we? Let me see if I can get that in a bit closer and get a better picture on it. Should be there somewhere. Ah, there we are. That's a better picture. Yeah, so that's the one that we've just looked at, and this is the one I've just taken out. I don't want to disturb it too much, but you can see that well, it's off. It's off, that one. Yeah, it's actually off, that one. So that's the issue. That just shaky hands. That is actually off, look. So that should be fixed into that plastic former. There's two little pegs. You can just about see one of the pegs still left on this one here. But with age, they just pull off. So let's pop a little bit of blue tack on that one. Shaky hands today for some reason. No, that's all right. Let's go in there. Two down. Let's see, they look identical to me. They look identical. Wiper fingers are okay. I mean, that one's a little more worn. The problem is, once you've glued them, you can't put isopropyl on it because it, what's the word I'm looking for? No, I put switch cleaner on it once after I glued everything back in position, and it actually loosened all the glue, and I had to redo the whole lot. So don't put any switch cleaner on these. See, you can learn by my mistakes, look. Okay, that's two. So that one was volume. One nearest the binder edge was, no, that was the squelch, sorry. And this, no, hang on. Yeah, that's the squelch, that's the volume. Yeah, okay. Let's do the same with this one then. Let's get a screwdriver in and pop it. Is that one not going to come? There we go. And some volume. come off. God, monkey. Ooh. Yeah, this one's totally off as well. Totally gone. You like a messy workshop? Hot snot. No, you can't hot snot these. It's too small, Brett. You know, these are tiny. Okay, and the last one. It's all getting a bit repetitive now, isn't it? But that, unfortunately, you say with 4 to do it, it's going to be a bit repetitive. That one's just hanging in there. That was that one. What's that one? Just hanging in there. You find stuff that you lost. I tend to find stuff that I lose when I'm not searching for it. When I'm searching for it, it's impossible to find, isn't it? Bit of a bigger blob of blue tack on that one. Let's make sure we're nice and firmly blue tacked down, roughly in position, which we are. There we are, all 4 ready to do. Where am I? There, okay, it would be awkward, wouldn't it? Right, let's do these 2 at a time then. So I've got my JB Weld. Ready. This was supposed to be some extra super duper one. Epoxy steel glue, allegedly. So stick the soldering iron on, because as I say, what I want to do first of all is just melt the plastic a little bit, just to oh, it's getting hot with that on, just to give it a bit of support, bit of mechanical strength before I put the glue on. So let me just get a bit of cardboard for gluing purposes. Have we got a bit of cardboard? Got loads of bits of cardboard here somewhere. Sod's law, yeah, it certainly is. You don't need a lot of epoxy on this. This is exactly the same process that I used to do Derek's radio and his friends. In fact, I've got someone else that wants one of those trios done as well, the dodgy volume pot. Right. So I've just got a flat soldering iron tip. Looks like I'm set for about 250 degrees, which should be enough to melt but not annihilate it, hopefully. So I've just got a chisel tip. So let me get my glasses on and see if we can do a bit of melting. I normally do this under the microscope, but I'm going to have a go at doing it. So as you can see today, probably... sod it. This is a problem, is keeping them in place while you do it. So literally, if you don't set them up right, the pot won't work. So you've got to get them absolutely bang on. Come on. There we are. Let's try again. Let's put a little bit of pressure there. Okay, that's caught that one. Try this one. This one should be a bit easier because we've already got some some of the plastics left on this one. Turn that iron up a fraction. Let's go up to 260. Yeah, they're cool. Do these two next. This one's going to be tricky, isn't it? Nope, more. And this one. Right, okay. That's sort of held them very precariously in position. Let's just alter the camera over to this one. Let's just get the overhead normal camera in now. It'll settle. Come on. Come on, camera. There we go. Andy, how you doing, mate? Mr. Coulson. He certainly is the man, isn't he? Mr. Coulson. Can't knock anything he does. Right, so glue time. JB Weld. So we don't need a lot. I'd usually get this all over myself, actually. I've got a cocktail stick. So a little bit of the steel. It's a 50-50 mix, so equal quantities of each. I've probably got a little bit more of the hardener there than I have the actual stuff, so let's just pop a little fraction more on there. Yes, I have got it on my hands already. Normally that goes from my hands, it gets transferred onto my clothing. Right. So say, full cure on this stuff is 24 hours. Make sure it's properly mixed. Right, okay. So I just want to get a little tiny bit of glue on the end of the cocktail stick. A little bit grime, you said. Just want to blob it just across there. There's one. You don't have to worry if it's too blobbly because you can file it back off again. That's a bit blobby where the plastic's lifted there. Two. And the last one. I'm still moving a little bit. A monkey. Stay there. Right, I think that's got them. There we are. All glued. Now, as I say, 24 hours, and I can give them a little tiny bit of filing, and then they can go back in the radios. Whew. That was easy, wasn't it? So yeah, tomorrow I shall get those two put back together, and hopefully they'll be working fine. Are we going to have a good round of cap bingo? Well, we can, because I've got some here, Brat. So that's it for today. Oh dear. What have we been on now? We're not even 2 hours yet. Really flying today. Just getting all these pieces kept together so I know which is which. So I don't want to get them mixed up. A bit of a clear up. Let's put that out of my way so as I don't go and whacking it. Let's get the camera zoom back out. Let's get my Dremel tool sorted. They will be good and solid. Yeah, they'll be fine. I've not had any problems with them yet, Harvey, so touch wood. They will set like a rock and be good for the lifetime of the radio. Which, what is the lifetime of a radio? The lifetime of a radio is, I suppose, as long as it can go and still be repaired, isn't it? What is the life of a radio? That's a good question, isn't it? Because we know we can't get parts anymore for a lot of the stuff, so we're having to repair stuff that's not supposed to be repaired, like these. Yeah, unfortunately the cutting mat does suffer a bit, Brett, from the chemicals. Isopropyl will take the colour off of it, and also the worst is the flux remover that I use. That is terrible. Yeah, that takes the colour clean off, no problem at all. The Fluclen. Obviously don't switch to digital, yeah, no. I don't know that Airband would go digital, would it? Because you know, they want AM for distance, and the digital stuff just doesn't seem to cover. I suppose they could use repeaters, but the good old AM systems are pretty reliable, I suppose, aren't they? You're in Bedworth, Andrew. Yeah, it's quite threadbare now, and there's lots of like burn holes and that in it, where I've sort of had plastics, or I've had metal bits that I've soldered and they've burnt into the mat, and there's a couple drill holes where I've gone a bit too far with the drill. And this is A2 by the looks of it. So radio I've been working on this week is this one. This little monster is what I've been working on this week. You remember me showing you this a while back. I had a group of 4 radios came in all at the same time. And this is an old airband radio. Les popped over and saw this one yesterday. So what I've done on this, it's a horrible radio to work on, really horrible. I've recapped it, and I've removed all the shield wires from the transistors. They're not AF117s, they're 2SA70 or something. I can't see the rest of the writing. So I haven't got any of these, but it's working apart from AM. And Les popped over yesterday and had a look at it as well. We think it's probably one of these transistors here, one of these 3. So the whole lot's got to come out again, and I don't think I want to get into that right now because it's a headache. It's a rat's nest of wires you've got to desolder. To get this board here out, you've got a lot of desoldering to do. There's loads and loads of wires running everywhere. It's quite nice really, because these little indicators on the bottom for each band actually light up. So these have got a little light bulb in behind all of those. And as you switch between different bands using this one, the lights come on, which is brilliant. It's really smart radio, and it's solid metal, chromed metal. This is not plastic, this is chrome metal. It's probably that grey metal stuff in it. But we can stick it on and you can hear it work in a minute. Because the problem previously, if you go back to the old video, was we had very poor tone on the radio. Let me see if I can find the clips to hook it up, and I'll show you where I am with it. So I'm just going to clip onto the battery leads for now. Making sure I get them the right way round. It's a nightmare last week, wasn't it? I spent forever doing that radio, and I fixed the fault very early on. Right. Where are we? So let's pop it on. So let's pop it to FM.
Directing the Estonian National Symphony Orchestra in music, Grieg. Now, to welcome John Humphreys from a keyboard concerto by another John, Johann Christian Bach.
I'm trying to underneath your...
Through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son.
So the problem before was the tone was really poor on it. There was no bass at all. It was real tinny and horrible sounding. So that's sorted. So that was obviously the capacitors that I've done. You remember this one, Andy, do you? An old Realistic DX302. Looks pretty nasty, Nick, does it? I think it looks nice. Yeah, John Humphries, I remember that. Are you being served, Harvey, isn't it? That's what you're thinking of. Right, so the problem is, I mean, we've got VHF, which I believe is airband. Never a plane about when you want one, is there? Switch that one, actually. There's not much on airband. I mean, between 125 and 134, we should hear something, but not a lot. Stick that. The aerial's massive, actually. It's huge. It's nearly up to the ceiling. Usually around 133 you can get stuff here, but they're so quick, aren't they? I don't know if we can do something with this, just stick a coil on it maybe. See if I can generate a signal for it to find. So if I go 1. So 30% AM, amplitude 1 millivolt. Just stick that somewhere near that aerial. It's on frequency, it's receiving. I've chucked a big signal into it, but I'm not very well coupled into it, to be fair. So it's receiving. Let's try the other end. Let's go for, say, 112. So it's on frequency. Let's just get you in a bit closer so you can have a look. So that's 112 on the SIG-Gen, and I did 133. So yeah, it is receiving. It's just there's no planes up there at the moment. Always the same, isn't it? Always the same. So the problem is with the AM, we have no AM. So if I switch it on, FM, so MB, which is low frequency down here. So this is top band through to 4.6 megs. You know, there's nothing on that at all. It's absolutely no RF noise, anything. And if we go to AM, again, nothing. And if I stick a signal into it, it will pick it up. So if I go to say 700 kilohertz, let's pop the other signal generator on. So let's just hook that up. What are we on there? That's IF at the moment. Let's go to 70, which is there. Thereabouts. So it's receiving, but it's very weak. So general consensus is it's the IF is wrong. And if you look back at the original video I did on this one, if you look back at the original video, it wasn't working on AM, and I just made the assumption that the reason it wasn't working was because the ferrite rod was broken. Dead front end transistor, yeah. It's quite on airband as well, Andrew, but then I wasn't hooked up properly to it, really. Dead front end transistor, that's what I thought originally. But we are getting a fairly good signal through it, so we seem to think it's dying in the IF strip. But basically to test it, I've got to get the whole thing apart again, which is an absolute pig's ear to do. It's not very well designed for being worked on, for sure. So say this whole board has got to come out, and the transformer's got to come out the bottom. That's a 115 volt transformer, so I've got that disconnected because I don't really want anyone trying to plug that into 240. So I've disconnected the transformer output. There's no way that can do any damage. Obviously, I will insulate those wires before it goes back. But I mean, that was the question really: is could we just change that for a 240 volt transformer with a 6 volt output? Would that do it? I don't know. So yeah, it's a pig's ear to get this board out. I need to take lots of photographs. Again, I need to be really careful. You can see I fixed the ferrite rod area, this ferrite bar. I super glued it back together, and then I actually went over the top of the super glue with some hot glue just to give it a bit more stability. So that's fixed. As far as I can see, all the wires are fine. They've not been pulled. No damage to any of the wires. So like Harvey ZX has said, it could be one of the front end transistors up here. I know Les had a poke around yesterday. He had a look at the detector down here, and there was a good signal there. So he thought it was down in this first part of the IF strip. So it could well be one of these transistors gone open circuit. It does actually look like we've got a new transistor in there. Look, we've got the odd man out. I didn't see that one before. That's unusual. We've definitely got a new transistor in there. So maybe somebody's been in here before. But there's no circuit information for this. There's no schematic or anything. So it's been a bit of a headache, really. But yeah, there we are. The old Juliet from Top Importers, I believe. So I've changed the capacitors, but I haven't checked them. And one other thing, there was a resistor that the end had broken off of just hanging there. So I've obviously replaced that one, but I think it's a weird size. I'm trying to think what it was off the top of my head. Orange, red. Those of you that know your resistors. 3.3K. So I haven't got any 3.3Ks. I managed to find one old one. I managed to find one old carbon 3.3K. So must order some of those in. Actually, I'll write that down now. What I think of it. Otherwise, I'll forget yet again. So I need a 3.3K resistor. Stick that up there on my shopping list. Guinness is going down well. Multi. The thing is, shorted cap on the AGC. Got 18 transistors, so it must be good. Very cheap. Benji just sold some stuff. So I could just change a transformer for a 240 volt one, could I, Harvey? Hang on, dog's scratching. Let me just make sure they don't want to go out a second. What are you scratching, Maddie? Do you want to go out to the toilet, do you? No, you don't need one of Mummy's flip-flops to go to the toilet with. Come on. No, leave that. Door's open, look, Maddie. Door's open, look. You can go out if you want to. Good girl. Missing our mummy, you see. Normally mummy's home on a Sunday. So yeah, she's not too happy that she's had to go into work today on her day off. But anyway, let's have a look at the state of these capacitors then, because these old Japanese sets, for some reason the capacitors in them are pretty shocking normally. You may consider an AIR-7. Well, Dwarf, I will have one for sale at some stage. So I will have one, but to be fair, you're probably better off buying one that's not working off of eBay and fixing it up if you fancy a go. So I've done enough videos on these now. Let's have a look at these capacitors that come out of this thing, because I know Brett's desperate for a bit of capacitor bingo. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at some capacitors. And I'm going to get another alcohol-free beer out. Now I thought this was stout, because I saw the out on the label. I saw the out and I thought it's stout, so I picked it up, and it wasn't until I got to the checkout that I realised it said without. So it's St. Peter's without alcohol-free beer. gold. So we're keeping with the Saint look for Sunday. But I'm not convinced. This says it's a deliciously golden coloured alcohol-free craft beer. Ever so slightly sweet malt flavour. So there you go, malty. Let's try that then. Is it going to be mouthwash or is it going to be any good? That stout last week I had was very nice actually, but I can't find it again. Uh, 102 is pretty good for an SW100 dwarf, to be fair. I've got plenty of those Sony radios in stock at the moment, ready to get fixed and go on my website. My website is, I think my lad said he's going to give it a bit of an overhaul, but I've got a lot of stuff to put on there soon. So if anyone's after a restored radio, then you can have a look on my website. Yeah, funny shaped bottle as well, that. It's like, you can't really see it very well there because the camera's in a bit close, but it's like a oval shaped bottle. See if I show you the bottom there. Unusual. Sounds yummy, maybe. Harvey saying, follow the wires back from the ferrite medium wave coils. The very short coil is the one that leads to the transistor in normal radios. Right. Yeah, I had that discussion with Les yesterday, actually, I think, Harvey. Because one does the RF stage and the other one does the tuning or something, I think he was saying, yeah. I still need to get my head around radio theory, really. Medicine bottle, yeah, it's actually, that's not too bad. That's actually all right. That's drinkable. Some of the bitters I've had, alcohol-free bitters, well, nearly all of them have been pretty horrible. In fact, I don't think that speckled end's much cop. So let me find my leads. Let me find my leads. And let's have a bit of capacitor bingo. Yes, Rob, it's capacitor bingo time. Everybody's favourite part of the show. 500 microfarads then. This is a universal, made in Japan. And I'm not sure on these black ones, to be honest, how good they are. It's usually these grey ones that are the worst. These things. This says it's an Echo. All sorts of weird and wonderful. What's this one here? Oh, is that Nichicon? That's a Nichicon there, that. Blue one's Nichicon. So it's not an overly cheaply made radio. Pardon me, that's a bit gassy. So yeah, we've got some Nichicons in there, which wouldn't have been the cheapest. Let's pop those screws back in. So yeah, I'm gonna have to get that one apart again. I'll do that on probably tomorrow after I put these other two back together. One of them says a very low resistance. What are these? Mostly 10s, 230s, 410s. So we'll do them as a block. Okay, 500 microfarads then. Are we all done? 765, eh? You got no faith in these then? David, how are you, mate? Good afternoon. 765, 765, eh? You got no faith in these then? David, how are you, mate? Good afternoon. 765, 765, eh? You got no faith in these then? David, how are you, mate? Good afternoon. 765, 765, eh? You got no faith in these then? David, how are you, mate? Good afternoon. 765, 765, eh? You got no faith in these then? David, how are you, mate? Good afternoon. 765, 765, eh? You got no faith in these then? David, how are you, mate? Good afternoon. 765, 765, eh? You got no faith in these then? David, how are you, mate? Good afternoon. 765, 765, eh? You got no faith in these then? David, how are you, mate? Good afternoon. 765, 765, eh? You got no faith in these then? David, how are you, mate? Good afternoon. 765, 765, eh? You got no faith in these then? David, how are you, mate? Good afternoon. 765, 765, eh? You got no fa Let's do it. We ready? Everybody done? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oopsie. Now that was in the output stage. So that was in, obviously the output is the audio output. So hence why we had rubbish sound coming out of it. $941, so someone was in the 800s, weren't they? Andy Tobin, 860. Was anybody higher than that? 765, it's Andy. Andy takes it. It even gained capacity, it certainly has done. But it's quite high ESR. I mean, for a high value cap like that, with 500 microfarads, that should be well below 1. So we got another one then. So that first one's down to Mr. Andy Tobin. And we got another 500. So where are you going this time? Another 500. Sheer luck. It still weighs off, but yeah, the capacitor's knackered, isn't it? So this is exactly the same cap, made by Universal in Japan. I don't know if that's a company or just a universal crap cap. I mean, you can see the actual plastic has shrunk right back on that one I've just tried. This one's not quite as shrunk back. It might just be age, that though. So another 500, how are we doing? Soldier handles and the AV streaming thing. So we're up in the 800s now, look. Oh, Derek's gone 999.5. Could be. It could be a no-goer, couldn't it? It could be a Again, this one was in the audio stage. Once we've gone through these caps, I think we might carry on with the shortwave herald. Might get that one out for a play. Michael, how you doing, mate? 970. Not so great down your way, Michael, is it, at the moment? I don't know if that's anywhere near where you are, but yeah, that's not good down Plymouth at the moment. A sad old story that was. Major news for all the wrong reasons. A bit close to home, really, isn't it? It's getting tidied up. Right, are we all done? Are we ready? Oh, 807.7. Now you're all a bit closer this time, aren't you? You're all a bit closer now. What have we got? 860. Rob, I think we got someone slightly lower than 860. We had an 850, I think, didn't we? Yeah, we had Dorf on 850. 750. 850 is closer than 750. Got any high 700s? No. No, 780. Benji's. Benji, I don't know if that was after we called time, Benji, but Benji is closest. Closely followed by Dorf. So yeah, another shot capacitor. Say supposed to be 500 microfarads. What have we got here then? We've got this Nichicon now. What's that one? Yeah, Nichicon next then. So this, in theory, Nichicon is a sort of fairly good make. 200 microfarads at 6 volts. 200. Say, for some reason, most of the capacitors in these old Japanese radios are absolutely shot. Whether they've just had a hard life, I don't know. 5 miles away, Michael, that's not far, is it? Yeah, it's really pretty bad. Pretty bad. So we're in the 200, so you've got a bit of faith. Universal means they used any value from all over the universe. Quite, it's really hoppy, that beer. Very strong hop taste, like a florally hoppy taste. Keith 320, Arena 240. Sounds like you've got a bit of faith in Nichicon then. You could be right. I mean, it could be pretty spot on. I mean, Nichicon has always been considered to be a premier brand, premium brand. I mean, I think they're only 85 degree rated. I don't even think they've got a temperature rating on them. No, they haven't. This one doesn't look good. Right, should we push the button? Here we go then. Ah, so not bad. It's gone high, 288, but the ESR is still pretty good. So that cap would have been fine in circuit, I'd have thought. Who had 280 then? Anybody up near 280? 270, Dave Roberts. 299. Oh, I can't do the maths now. So Brett's 11 out. Brett's closer than Dave. 299. 320. I think it's Brett. I think it's you, Brett. You're only 11 out, or 10.6, I think. If my maths is rubbish. Brett takes it. He takes it. Okay, 100 next then, and this one doesn't look too healthy on the bottom. It's got a bulgy bottom, this one. This is one of these universals again, I think. Yeah, this is another universal. 100 microfarads. At 6 volts. Winner, winner. Hundred microfarads at 6 volts, universally rubbish. 120 Arena. Oh, you've 1200, yeah. That's a bit far-fetched. Trying to think where the crossover's going. So floppy 960, Theo. Christ. Could be. It is a universal. You think it's a diode, Dwarf? Could be. Are we all done? Let's do it then. Oh, ho, ho, ho. 403 and quite a high ESR as well. Floppies 259, 260, 120, 300. Dwarf 300. I think it's dwarf, isn't it? I think it's dwarf. Apart from it didn't turn to a diode dwarf, but I think 300 is probably the closest to 403, but it's way out, isn't it? Absolutely way out. Absolutely knackered. What else we got? Okay, we got 230s here then. So these are the Echo 230. Echo. So 230, they're not 230, 30 microfarads. Well done, Dwarf. Give yourself a pat on the back, mate, apart from the diode comment. So 30 microfarads at 10 volts. Well, I know you went to drink that then. $289, Derek. 370, Keith. It's a 30. I think I said 230 originally, but it's not. It's a 30 microfarads. So you get a chance to change it if you thought I said 230. 49. Benji's hopeful that Echo is good. It's got no signs of being bad, really. Yeah, I can't see any visible signs of it being bad. We've got a load of these Echo ones coming up next. We've got 4 coming up next. $77, Keith. You thought I said, sorry about that. Yeah, no worries, mate. That's more like it. Well, I don't know, though. It might be 300. It might be 370, Keith. We're in trouble then, aren't we? I'll get sacked. Let's do it then. Let's push the button. 30. Ooh, ho ho. Dear oh dear, that could be our main problem, that one. So although it's only reading just under 38, so did we have anybody, well, we had a couple 41s, so it's pretty much a draw between Dorf and Theo. You'd have to share the winnings between you, but that ESR 27, that's mentally high. That's absolutely had it, that one. So with that in mind, we've got another 33. We've got another one, exactly the same cap. Well, not the same cap, but the same value. 30 microfarads at 10 volts. ESR slightly bad, Dorf. Again, we were looking at an ESR really of under 1. Lower values will creep up a bit, but ideally you want to be looking at around 1 on this machine, and different testers give different readings. What am I running over with my chair now? I don't know. I see Nick's just put another video out, Mr. Patronix. Another video for you to watch later, people. If you don't follow Nick, then you need to. Clever chap. Where are we? Where are we? I think we're nearly all done. Let's do it again then. So let's see what this one's like. Oh, that's gone the other way, look. It's mentally high ESR, but that's gone low value. So we need someone that's gone low. Everyone's gone high. 35 floppy. I think it's Floppy Fred with 35, but a knackered ESR. Look. Okay, next up I've got 4 10 microfarads, same brand. So that might be an indicator as to what these are like. So we're going to do a bit of maths again. I don't like having to do maths, but we will do. I'm going to do a bit of maths. So we want the average. So I'm going to test them off camera. So 10 microfarads at 6 volts. So you can get the closest. You can have a stab at ESR as well if you want, but it's probably not best. So you can get closest to the actual capacitance. And I think the sound might give some of that away. Okay, that's one. And another one. And another one. Listen for the sound. Oh, oh. Oh. Interesting one, that one. Put that one to one side. Let's try the last one. I did say the grey ones were the bad ones, didn't I? Well, I wasn't far wrong. Well, I wasn't wrong. Right, okay, so we're looking at 10 microfarads, 6 volts. So I say supercap, 0.1 of a farad. Oh dear. I'll have to do the maths a minute while you're still having a guess. Okay, so the average, we'll do the average of the ESR as well. Well, the average capacitance was 36.36. The ESR was 14.4 average. So 36.36. We've got floppy on. Oh no, that was the previous one. Okay. Where are we? Christmas crackered, yeah. Who's closest to that? We've got 27. Probably 27, Dave Roberts, is it? Is anyone higher than 27? 45, 27? 9, 45. Oh, it's Dorf is 45, so that's close. Was that the previous go? Oh no, that's the previous one. Okay. I don't know. I think that's probably David at 27, isn't it? But the interesting one is this one. Open circuit or low capacitance. So let's get the LCR meter out. Let's see if it measures on that. "65 NF." So anybody get 65 NF? Is that 0.6, isn't it, of a microfarad? So yeah, that one's absolutely had it. So all four of those are absolutely shot to pieces. Okay. So we're back with the universal now, and we've got a 0.5. Now this won't measure with the ESR meter, I don't think. So I'll measure it with this one. So 0.5, we're looking for the capacitance then really. I've replaced this with a 0.47, but 0.5 microfarads. Open it up. I've just chucked it in the pot, Theo. I don't know which one it is now. You want to open the capacitor up, do you? So 0.5 should be 500 NF, is that right? Let me just get my sheet down. Yeah, so it should be 500 NF, this one. So we're looking at 500 NF. I'm just going to skip to the loo a second. I'll be back. Right, coming back. Are we all done? Are we all done? Lulu skips the loo. Okay. So I'm going to have to do it on this one because the ESR meter doesn't measure lower value caps. So it's actually reading 400 NF, so it's 0.4. 0.4. So it's not too bad actually. $500. Are we talking in NFs here, people? It says 400 NF, so I'll let you decide who that one is, because I'm confused. So the last two are both Nichicons, both 5 microfarads at 6 volts. So 5 microfarads at 6 volts. $10, $12 NF. You were probably closest, and unless Arena was 0.4. If Arena was 0.4, then he's got it, but it just says 4 there. So I think it probably is you, Keith. So say these are 5 microfarad Nichicon at 6 volts. I don't have a lot of 6 volt caps actually, because most of the sets we work on are higher voltage, so I tend to stick around the sort of 25 volt mark. Tony, how you doing, mate? Didn't see you drop in there. How you keeping, Tony? Another very good YouTube channel, Mr. Tony Albus. If you don't follow him, then you need to check him out. I've got to look in a bit closer. 5, 6, 9, 7, 4. You got it to 5 decimal points there. Here we go then. Oh, quite high ESR, but then it's a low value cap. 7.92. Multi's on 8. You can't get much closer than that. Got to be multi. David just missed out at 8.6 there. Multi. And the last one, exactly the same, 5 microfarads, 6 volts. The last one, excuse me. You've got one multi in the bag. Have another go. You could get the double. You're going to roll over 8. Risky move, but you know, you've said it now. It's locked in. Wondorf. It could be. It could have gone low. Are we done? Let's do it then. no, that one's not so good. 4. Theo's 4.8. 3.5. 4.3. 7.86. I think that's Theo, isn't it? Keith's gone 3.5, which has confused me, that. So he's 7 out, and Theo is 6 out. So it's Theo. One hung low. Theo, there you go. So I think it was out of that bunch of capacitors, there was only one, I think, that was serviceable, wasn't there? Only one, and I think that was the larger Nichicon. All the rest absolutely shot, so it's no wonder the poor thing's not working. And to be fair, it's probably one of those caps that's taken out one of those transistors, I would think. So yeah, there we go. So do we carry on with the other one, or do we just have a chat? Have I got anything else I can show you that's come in recently? I've got a couple Sony kit radios that have come in recently that I could show you. Both need work, as it's no surprise there. Does he win the caps? Yeah. No. No, the bin wins the caps every time. The bin is the winner. What would you like, Derek? Would you like me to show you the Sony radios that I've got in recently? In fact, I've got 3. I've got 3 that have come in recently, so let me just zoom out a bit then. If you want to have a look at the Sony radios, I've got a bit of a fetish for the Sony worldband radios, and I particularly look out for the ones that are boxed. When I say boxed, I mean in their plastic boxes. The problem is, how many do I actually need? How many do I need? I don't need any, but I seem to keep picking them up. Okay, the Sony radios, okay. So there's one. Will that stand up? Not very well. 1. Two. 3. So first thing you got to do is guess what radio's in what box. And Les can't take part in this if he's there because he's seen these. So what do we think's in the grey box on top then? What is in the grey Sony box? I like pain, I do. These all need fixing, every single... No, one of them... You know, they all need fixing. All of these need fixing because I've got... have I done one of these? I think I may have done one of these. I think I've done that one. So I think Brett likes a good Sony radio as well. Ah, Dave, yeah, Dwarf. Dwarf is in. SW1 and SW55. How do you know this? How do you know this? Right, okay, you are right. So let's do them one at a time. Let's do this one first. I mean, the telltale sign is on the back because it tells you on the back what they are. So this is definitely a ICF SW55. And these are indeed ICF SW1s. So if you can get them in the kit boxes like this, then that is the way to go, really. And this one is complete, 100% complete, because very often you've got the power pack missing, or you've got the little antenna missing, or you've not got the cover for the radio. So this is actually all there. It's even got the little AM adapter for wiring up to an external long wire. You know, again, that's something that you just don't see these. You know, very often they're not in the set, or they're never in the set. I've got a few Sony radios and I've never seen one of those, let alone had one in the set. The other thing is, in the top you can see we've still got the literature. So we've got the wave handbook. We've also got the user manual, which is actually quite lumpy. It's probably in God knows how many languages, I expect. We've got how to catch the wave. Basically, it's just a little beginner's guide to shortwave listening. Quite a useful little thing if you've not done a lot of shortwave. Tells you about the ionosphere, look, how the ground waves work, how it bounces off of the different parts of the ionosphere, what signals are passed through the ionosphere. It's quite a useful little book, that. We've also got some other bits in here. What else have we got? We've got, what on earth is that? Oh, something from Radio Netherlands there, look. I can't read that because I can't read Dutch, but got the guarantee certificate. This is a lovely condition. I can't remember where I bought this one from now. I don't know if I bought it off of eBay or I bought it privately. We've got a preset frequency list. So all of these radios come with preset frequencies in them, and I've not seen this list before either. So it tells you what all the preset frequencies are in the radio itself. And again, I've not seen one of these. Quick reference for timer and alarm operation. So there's a quick guide to that. So great to have all the literature in it. Like I say, you very often don't get that. Let's put that back in. The Wave Handbook is basically it's a list of shortwave stations of the world, probably outdated now, but a useful starting point really, and all the time zones for the world. For say 6-volt power supply. The antenna's got the little clip on it to clip it onto a fence or something, and then you've got a little metal clip there to clip onto your antenna. I don't know which camera I'm looking at here. Let's look at that camera instead. That's easy. That's better here. So you've got a little clip there that you can clip onto the antenna. It does work very well. And that's an AN71. So let's get the radio out then and have a look. Let's pop that away for a minute. So I'm not sure if I've got 2 or 3 of these. I think this is the second one. I've got 2 of these SW55s. One is still in the process of being repaired. This one, I believe, needs the capacitors doing. The problem is the longer you leave these, the worse they can get. So it's in pretty good nick. I sort of fell in love with these when I fixed one for a customer back in Christmas, if you can remember back that far. Back at Christmas, I had one of these in that had really bad damage. I don't know if it's battery damage. I think it was capacitor damage more than anything. But these sets have they got sync on them? I can't remember if these have got sync on them or not. I don't think they have got sync, but they have got sideband. Oh, I'm rolling over my probes here. That. Oh dear. Right, I don't think I've got any batteries in this. No, okay, so it takes 4 batteries. I don't think will we operate it on batteries? Yeah, let's stick some batteries in it. Let's get some of Derek's batteries out. Some of Derek's batteries. Throw it in the air and try and catch it. Cornish pasty. BP, how you doing, mate? Valdir. You got a new name, have you, Valdir? Welcome, mate. This is Sony. Throw it in the air and try and catch it. What? I turned off. Yeah, let's pop some batteries in then. Very kind of Derek to send me some batteries. It's got a little reset button inside there as well. It's in really good nick, this one. It's got this stand on it, and the other one I've got hasn't got a stand. I can see someone's actually put one of those UV pens in there. I think this did come from Germany. I think it came from Germany, actually. Right, okay. We're in. So it's got an area that comes out the side on a hinge. Stainless steel area as well, really nice. No chrome there, all stainless steel. Calibrate. Right, where's the volume gone? Let me have a think. Yeah, 198.
Marine, north over from this end, went for 20 from the pavilion end, he's forward, and bring me around forward in the pitch to Marine. No run, he took a wonderful catch earlier in the deep, Marine, to get rid of.
So it is working, that's radio 4. Decent signal. Let's go to FM. Let's go, we can tune it. So we should have something there, but there's nothing. Let's try 100. Oh, it's 88, isn't it? Cracking song. Can you hear the dog? Dog's dreaming downstairs. So that's 95.
And when. It takes time, but once you find yourself,
Radio 1.
you find your own happiness.
So it is all working.
That is exactly how I want to wrap this up. Just know you have the time, you have the space to just be, to just feel, because you are enough. And when you internalize that peace and you protect your energy,
Off the bat of Rahani.
Medium wave. Okay. I jumped a bit there. BBC Radio Devon no longer broadcasting. So I've got my active antenna, so we'll whop that one in the side.
FM in most places, or if you're further south, 103.4 FM. You can listen to BBC Radio Devon on digital radio.
Yes.
If you have a digital radio, look for BBC Radio Devon or BBC Devon in the station list. You can also listen to us through your television. If you get your television through an aerial, you
Left
can
was
freeze
volume.
or U-View. Find us on channel 720. If you have a computer, tablet or smartphone, you can listen live to BBC Radio Devon on...
A sad sign of the times, unfortunately. BBC Radio Devon, which we've used for years on this channel to check medium wave radios, has only got this recorded message on it now. That's it.
/reception. If you don't have access to the internet, please call.
So we've still got some stuff on medium wave, but Radio 5 Live, that's absolute radio sometimes if you're lucky.
UK/play safer. 18 plus, be gamble aware but all play responsibly.
Are you a carrier looking to grow?
1089, I'm not sure who that is.
Build and grow your transportation business. High growth potential, fast hassle-free payments, and world-class technology.
Radio Lancashire on 720.
Relay.amazon.co.uk or search for Amazon Relay to enjoy exclusive access.
I don't know if this is absolute radio.
Application approval subject to onboarding checks, including licensing and insurance validation. Football's back on BT Sport, and with fans returning, new hope is restored. We're bringing you 52 live Premier League games featuring Man City, Liverpool and Arsenal. Find out if Pep Guardiola and Man City can achieve their European dream, as BT Sport remains the only place to watch the UEFA Champions League live. Plus, get a year's free subscription to The Athletic when you sign up to BT Sport now. Be part of it all. BT Sport. The Athletic subscription to new customers auto renews up to 12 months at £59.99 less cancelled. Offer 24th of August, terms and conditions apply.
The Sunday session on Talk Sport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Get a
the trusted quote for your car in under 60
Is that Talk Sport, did I hear then?
Digital radio on 1089 and 1053 AM. Talk Sport.
Talk Sport, okay. Yeah, you're right.
Got the Sony Centre 5 phones.
Hi Les, alright?
What we'll buy. Visit hexstuff.co.uk or just text the word stuff to 82222. Play Greatest Hits Radio on digital.
Greatest Hits Radio. Flippin' heck. That one, I struggled to get that. South Wales, there you go. Should be near that one.
Afghanistan is on the brink of a Taliban takeover with militants on the
There you go, Les. 1215. That's absolute, is it? Turn it down a bit. Let's have a look up further then. So no, 4 mags, 6 mags, 7. Let's go to there for 7. Oh, this is memories. I'm getting confused. Let me think. Bands, AM function. There we go. Wide, narrow. Mode. Upper sideband, lower sideband. There we are. Just trying to see if there's anything on the 40-meter band. No. Upper sideband, 20-meter band. Now we've got somebody there. It's working very well, actually. Didn't quite get his call then.
Mike, Whiskey 1. Frank Whiskey Germany will walk me 45 9 okay. Radio Lima 90 Fox Alpha.
Radio Lima.
Germany.
A fair bit on 20 meters. Mostly down lower. Sounds like a contest.
Give me my report, please.
He wants his report.
You are 5 and 5, about 5 and 5 here, over.
Well, it is working. It is working quite well, actually. But I know when I used it last, it wasn't performing very well. The audio sounded pretty bad on it, but it seems to have righted itself for some reason. But these have got these old style round SMD electrolytics in them, and they leak all over the board and ruin the radio. So that's got to be recapped pretty soon. Otherwise, we're going to be in all sorts of trouble, unless someone's already done it. But it's in very good nick. It's very, very good condition. So that's the SW55 in its case. So I believe one of these SW1s I've actually repaired, but I've done a couple little, I wouldn't say bodges, but a couple little workarounds to them. You got that on your radio, Theo, have you? Late night in the winter months would be a best time to hear the East Coast US stations. Can normally hear the US probably around midnight to 1 o'clock-ish here, Doug. It comes through quite well, but I haven't listened for quite some time actually to any of the amateur bands. Okay, next then. Another one. This is an SW1, and I think this is the one that I've actually fixed. So let's pop it open. So this one is missing the power supply, which sits in here. So there's no power supply. That's the only thing missing from this one. Other than that, it's complete. It's even got the original Sony headphones. It's got a rather nifty Sony external aerial. Well, not it's external from the set, but it's basically a telescopic. And we've also got so it's an active antenna. It's got batteries in it. That's where all my rechargeables went. I wonder where they went. Or did that come with it? I can't remember now. So this little piece plugs into the side of the radio, and that's your active antenna. So we have got the carry strap for this one. And there's a little suction thing. I think that's for attaching the aerial to a window or something like that. I can't remember now. But again, we've got the wave handbook in the back. And we've got the user's handbook in there. So this is the radio, and I think this is the one that I've actually recapped. It's a diddy little radio. There's no sideband on these. They're just AM/FM. So they're okay for listening to your, what am I trying to say? Listening to all your broadcast stations or just your FM, but you can't, what's the word I'm looking for? You can't resolve SSB on this. It's purely for normal AM listening. So let's give this one a run through as well. So we'll listen to this. I think this is the one that I've recapped, but I haven't finished it yet because I didn't have the right super cap. So I've managed to shoehorn another super cap in it, and I was also short. I've redone it with SMD tantalums. So I fitted it with SMD tantalums, but I had one value that I didn't have. I've got it now, but I didn't have it. And this little thing that looks like a plectrum actually sits in the slot at the back there and acts as a little stand. So we'll get the active antenna up again. We'll try it on FM first. And the antenna comes out the side again, another stainless steel antenna. Let's pop it on. FM. And where's our volume control? The volume's on the... It's a bit of a pain to... Now I think there is a sort of tone control on the side, isn't there? Yeah, so I've got some music or news. So news is for speech, music is for music. But it is working. So AM. Okay, so there's no external aerial socket on this one, unless you plug in that little adapter in the side of it. Let's put the antenna coupler in. Does this liquid steel JB Weld also melt with IPA? I don't think it does, Tony. I did spray it with switch cleaner and it loosened it, but I was using normal epoxy then, not JB Weld. Right, let's pop this one on. got a little scan function on it. Push a scan button, it'll just scan to whatever you want, and you hear a station, just hit stop. Trouble with all the noise you get in places, it's but yeah, I just used normal epoxy and it did lift it, the switch cleaner. Okay. Band. Okay. That's medium wave. There they go.
Because all your favourite programmes are still available on your radio, your television,
Good television.
computer or smartphone. All you need to do is reach you. The easiest way to keep in touch with BBC Radio Devon.
Tangango's been superb, and then
So it'd be interesting to see if this one will actually receive absolute radio. Let's have a look. Yes, it can. So we can hear it. I wonder if I plug in the little adapter, whether that will make it any better. Probably won't actually, because I'm coupling it in. Yeah, no, that's not going to help me. It's powered. So let's try. And this is usually quite a good band. Let's pop that on there. Ah, it's not going to work. I need the external aerial for that. And get the aerial unwrapped from all this lot.
Der erfahrene Tänzer kam einen Tag vor der Aufführung auf die Grundlage
11.7.
Es ist aber das erste Mal, dass ich mit so vielen
तो इस किताब को 3 बड़े हिस्सों में तकसीम किया जाता है। सबसे पहले किताब की तारीखी तरतीब को मुतारिफ के बयान
That's quite strong. I mean, there's loads of stuff in here interfering, to be honest. It's surprising it's picking up anything. So I do find that 11 megahertz, the higher end of 11 megs, works quite well. I better turn that down because I get a copyright hit for something I can't even understand. So what band is 11 megahertz? It's not a 49 meter band. I get confused why they don't just use megahertz. I don't know why they've got to talk in bands rather than megahertz. Well, that's English speaking, sounds American. "31 megs, Les. I don't think it'll go up that high. And then it goes up to 29.9995, Les. It's 11 megahertz CB. Yes, it is, yeah. So not 11 meters is CB. 27 megs. So to change bands on this, you've got to hold the band button down and then go plus and minus. 11963. Yeah, it's only got 5k steps, Theo, by the looks of it. Sounds like some sort of story going on now. Let's try to see if I can get my decent external antenna over here. Bit of a stretch. That's just working off of the that's just working off a bit of wire I've got hanging out of it at the moment. It's pretty sensitive. I'm just trying to get my ATU over here and use the external decent long wire antenna. Let's just reconnect that a minute. I've got everything balancing here. What's that, 13 megs?
I can make even more money than I do at the Bureau. I promise you that if I put some effort into this, I can make $400,000 or $500,000. Don't worry about money. Money is not that important.
Any idea what that channel is then? What that station is? 13755?
It's a man-axe job. It would be... Listen, Dad, even just thinking about leaving, even just thinking about it, just makes me feel happy. And when I think about picking up my camera again, take pictures of animals.
Speaker's a bit rattly.
I'm bursting with joy. Really. Good. If you're really happy, I won't stand in your way. You support me leaving then? Is that right? Your son thanks you, Dad. Mom, I'm 35 years old this year. It's still not too late for me to pursue my dreams. Please trust me. I'm a photographer. I would excel in this field. You have my word. It will give me a better life. I really hope you can give me your sincere support. Respect my decision.
Anyway, that's a bit of a racket, isn't it? Be careful, I'm might knock my little re-glued potentiometers there. We don't do that. I just thought I'd try it on the other aerial, see if it was any better. Doesn't appear to be a lot of difference really. This one does work quite well, this little Sony one. BBC World Service? I'm not sure. I don't know, where's my... there we go. Let's have a look. Just for Mr. Spanky, we'll get the WRTH out. $13,755. Well, 750 or 7. $13,760. China Radio International, I bet, on. It's not listed in here. 13760's Voice of Korea. 13750 is Voice of America, China Radio International, which is highly likely at 500 kilowatts.
Epic tales of mystery
continue by presenting the book 2 Years in the Forbidden City by Princess Berlin. The Chinese New Year celebration.
Yeah, China Radio International it is. China Radio International. $13,760 on yours, is it? Yes, China Radio International, I'm sure it is. Let's hook something else up. Let me just hook the other radio up over here. Let's hook the icon up. Oh, of course, I've unplugged the icon because we had storms, didn't we? Right. Oh. Could have sworn that was on then. That's a racket. Let me just try it on the other radio here. So it was 13. Oh, I forgot the frequency now. 755.
And yeast, transformed together into a sort of dough, and then steamed instead of baked, which caused it to rise just like ordinary bread. It being believed that the
it's definitely on 760.
The better pleased are the gods, and the more fortunate the maker. The first cake turned out fine, and we all congratulated Her Majesty, who was evidently not pleased herself at the result. Then she ordered each of the court ladies.
Yes, 13,760 it's on, definite.
Disastrous results, not one turning out as it should. Being my first year, there was some excuse for my failure, but I was surprised that none of the older court ladies fared any better.
Yeah, it's definitely on 13,760, looking at the spectrum display.
Replied, why? I did it purposely, of course, so as to flatter Her Majesty's fancy.
Oh well.
He said to me I could make them just as well as she, if not better, but...
It's playing Indian music.
After we had all finished making our cake,
1521.
in order to make the rest, and needless to say, they were perfect in every way.
Ground rice.
The next day was to prepare small plates of dates and fresh fruits of every kind. These were decorated with evergreens, etc., and placed it before the images of Buddha. Then we prepared glass dishes of candles.
What are you saying, Nick? 1.5?
On the 23rd day of
1.521, Nick?
Lifted this earth to go on a visit to
or 15210.
He reported all that we had been doing during the past year, returning to Earth again on the last day of the year. The idea of offering him these sweets was in order that they should stick to his mouth and prevent him from feeling too much. When these candies were prepared, we all adjourned to the kitchen and placed the offering on a table specially placed for the purpose. Turning to the hostess, she said, "You have better look at now. The guard of the kitchen will tell him what you have done during the past year, and you will be punished." The following day, the ceremony had to be...
Nothing on that here, Nick.
Writing out familiar greetings.
That station's really strong. It's got to be China, isn't it?
To the audience hall, where the eunuchs had prepared large sheets of yellow, red, and pale green paper. He took up a large brush and commenced to write.
Yeah, I got nothing here on 1521. I could try the other one, Nick. Let's try this one.
Show, long life. And on others, food, prosperity.
Oh, hang on, no. No, just got noise here, Nick. 1521, nothing. Just noise right the way across the band. 15201. What is that? Is that Voice of Greece? Is that George? If I get a copyright for that, we're in trouble. According to that, it's Iran powers today. Voice of Iran. It's Iran. Radio Bideford. Afternoon, Andrew, how are you? Taliban radio. God. Radio Bideford. So it's working very well, isn't it? I mean, it's I have recapped it, and I have put another super cap in it, but it's not the right one. It's a well, rectangular shaped one, and it should be a round one, but I have got the round ones in now, so I need to get that done. So this one has got to come apart again and just be finished off, and then that's good to go. Nice little radio. Little baby one. So let's put him back in his bed. Let's find his little box. Let's put put him to bed. And let's get the last one out and have a look. So that one's nearly done. The 55 needs all those electrolytic caps taken out again. And this one arrived last week actually. Put in a cheeky offer and got it for a fairly good price. These aren't cheap though, unfortunately. A box to one of these, you're looking a couple £100 really. So this now is complete. It's got everything in this one, I believe. It's got all the wave handbook. It's a slightly different version, I think, than the other one, because this one's got grey buttons in it. But we have now got the power supply, which it didn't have with the other one. So it's still got the little antenna controller. We've got a power adapter for the thing to adapt it to a cigarette lighter, which still isn't UK. This looks in a bit cleaner condition. All in all, it's a bit cleaner, this one. And there's our little radio, same as before. So got a couple batteries here that came with it. But actually, no, we'll stick a couple of Derek's batteries in. So let's try this one. Let's put these batteries in. So there's a little switch in here for the step size again. 9 or 10 kilohertz. It's 9 kilohertz. Medium wave. Right, now this one hasn't been done. I've not touched this. So this is potentially not very nice, but we'll see. You never know. This is a bit cleaner than the other one. Great to dance to, Floppy. You're hearing an Indian one, probably from the Midlands. Ali want his spare parts back. A PSU's positive on the centre pin. Are you sure? I think it's negative centre pin on this one, actually. Yeah, it's negative centre pin, this one. 3-volt supply. Right. And we've got to fix switch on the top on. I think that one's... I think we can say the caps are gone in that one. Capacitor's gone, maybe. So yeah, let's pop those batteries out. Let's not make it any worse. So that one is, although it's in good condition, the caps have absolutely had it. So that one needs a recap. But now, as I say, I have got all the right capacitors in to do it. So There we go. Another SW1. A double SW1. No case with this one though. No soft case with this one. That's the only difference, I think. Didn't come with a soft case where the other one did. But again, it's got the carry handle. Incidentally, this is exactly the same clips that go on the AIR-7 LUT. Exactly the same. And the same carry strap. Let's turn that one off. So the only other thing I can show you really is the SW77 that I recapped that wasn't working. I can get that one in a minute, and then that's pretty much us done. Because I've got to take these doggies out. They'll be giving me evils. I also fixed the 2001D that I can't remember who it was. Let me have it now. So yes, I have now finished this one. I think you've seen this one before anyway, haven't you? I'm not sure though. I don't think you have. I don't think you have seen this one. So this is the sort of flagship, I suppose. It was supposed to replace the 2001D, I think, as their flagship radio. But let's plug the aerial into this one and have a quick run through the bands on this one. Should outperform. Tango 77. I think no, I'm not sure.
November 1 only. November 1 in the code. Okay, Norway 1, Germany, Tango, Yucatan. Now, good morning, MSC. They copy 59, over. Yeah, Ernest, thank you so much. Good day, bye. In the state of Maine. November 1, Guatemala, Tango, Yucatan, Tango 770873. Good day, bye to you. Thank you, Cal. Tango 7708, USA.
All right, yeah, this is the one where the tracks were gone, wasn't it? Yeah, this is the one that This is the one that I repaired the board on. Let's get the treble on that right. Yeah, this is the one I repaired the board on. Well, I've cleaned it up since that. I've polished the glass, put it all back together. I've got new lights in it, I think. Yeah, I did a light upgrade on it as well, I think. Maybe I haven't. Maybe I left the original lights on it, I don't know. So what was that? It was 11,360.
Cuando estaba a 2 metros de la portería, ha estado muy serio el equipo burgalés en el regreso a segunda 20 años después, pero le ha faltado esto que sí que ha tenido el Sporting, la puntería, la pólvora, novena temporada consecutiva que empieza ganando el equipo asturiano.
Bien sûr, le programme du pinyin du chinois de prononciation de caractère chinois comprend
I think this one, we come to the conclusion that it's slightly off frequency, this one, so it needs the oscillator tweaking a little bit on it.
Voilà. Alors, pour être plus clair, je vais... Zeit.
时间
Bu heißt nicht.
Bu 早 bedeutet früh. 早
Und Lür ist ein Partikel. Lür hat in diesem Fall keine spezielle Bedeutung.
Lür.
Der ganze Satz lautet dann schön.
The image of the beast, and there's so many other things in the world that people are worshiping: automobiles, airplanes, new technology,
radios. We worship radios. Doug is saying T77 is San Marino. What's T77, Doug? And Anthony Carter is saying, Graham, can you get any of the American time standards? Give me a frequency and I'll try it, Anthony. But say it is a fraction off frequency, this one, so I do need to tweak it. But, that's another job still to do. But yeah, this is a nice radio, this one. You can't really see the frequency there, can you? Because
передача испытанима окончена.
Oh, sorry. I got you, Doug. Tango 77. Got you now. China radio again, isn't it? Sounds Greek. $11,930. Or thereabouts. Well, that's saying Iran again. It could be. It's not USA, is it? Let's try it on the other radio a minute. $11, was it? 930. It is on frequency. I'm just listening to it on the icon a minute. That's cheating really though, because that's got a long wire antenna and it's going through the icon, but this does sound alright. I don't know what that is then. 11,930. Hi Colin, you're getting that plus 20. I mean, I've got the attenuator on now. If I go to local, it's still coming in off the scale. If I turn the attenuator on this one as well, it's absolutely banging in, that is. I also doctored this one a little bit, I think. Was it this one or was it? No, that was the 2001 that I did. That's a strong station, isn't it? Phil, how you doing? You use a long wire. 5-second delay, am I? 5-second delay, Phil. This is just using the Sony AN1 at the moment, external antenna. I've just got it full focus. I've just got it connected into that. It probably worked without that. It's still picking it up, look. It's a bit of work with the that's on the just on the telescopic aerial. Yeah, it does make a difference, doesn't it? You got it, Theo, as well. It's off the scale. I can't even attenuate that. If I flick it down to local and turn the attenuator on the antenna, it's still off the scale.
Aquí estamos con 30 grados de temperatura y una humedad altísima en Barcelona. Todo está preparado, arranca ahora este Barça Real Sociedad con el arbitraje del arrecifeño, el canario Alejandro Hernández Hernández, y vamos a tener en el vídeo arbitraje al berciano José Luis González González. Pues vaya memorizando ese tridente, formado por Griezmann, por Memphis y por Memphis, porque de momento es lo que tiene el Barça en ataque. Los equipos lo quisieran, pero claro, esto es el Barça. Pero claro, esto es el Barça. Ahí está, ha pedido otro 9 Koeman, a ver si llega. Lo del Kun Agüero me parece que va a ser.
Un fertilizador ar putea fi afectat însă de furtuna tropicală Squelch, care ar urma să lovească Haiti începând de mâine. Papa Francis și-a exprimat solidaritatea cu populația din Haiti. În timpul tradiționalei rugăciuni, Angelus, suveranul pontif, a adresat cuvinte de încurajare supraviețuitorilor și a făcut apel la comunitatea internațională să se implice oferind
Radio Norwich. Alan's Deep Bath, brought to you by Dettol. What on earth are you going on about, Andrew? Yeah, the antenna's got a 20 dB attenuator on it, and I've got an attenuator on this, but even if I put it down to just local and attenuate it, that's still off the scale.
The Iberian Peninsula over the weekend. The capital Madrid has already recorded a high of 46 degrees, leaving residents and tourists trying to cope with the dangerous heat wave. Across the Mediterranean, some of the deadliest fires were in Algeria, where dozens of people have died.
Is that BBC Radio World Service?
Destroyed homes and businesses in its
Ah, China again. That's Alan Partridge.
Showed China's auto exports since July hit a record high amid further financial recovery. Chinese car makers exported 174,000 vehicles last month,
at 108% year-on-year and 9.8% month-on-month. New energy vehicles account for about a third of the total exports in July. From January to July, over 1 million vehicles were exported. And that's the news on Sony.
So just hit it on sync.
You're listening to a flashback of Roundtable, an in-depth discussion of hot topics in Lhasa, Ninsi, Shidduch, Wailing Chicken, Tibetan style.
Anyway, that's enough of that, isn't it? I just thought we'd have a quick play with that. I just thought we'd have a quick play with some of the radios. Your long wire works with a 9-to-1 Unan. Yeah, I'm using an antenna coupler on the long wire on mine, Phil. I think that's got it's got something built into it for unbalanced, I believe. Balanced and unbalanced. I don't know. I can't remember off the top of my head. Let's turn that off before I run my batteries out. So yeah, a quick play with some of the Sony collection. I say I've got quite a lot of them now. I've got the SW1, I've got the 55, 2001D, 77, 7600. I don't know. I've got quite a lot of them. I don't know why have I got them. I don't need them all. I do not need them all. That's all for today, people. Anyway, I've got to go and take these poor doggies out now and feed the chickens. So my domestic duties are now going to have to take over, unfortunately. But hopefully you've enjoyed that today. And well, those other two radios will go back together probably tomorrow now, once that glue's gone off. Yeah. You put your R5000 to work. Yeah, nice radio. Nice radio. And partridge. Yeah. So, thanks for that, people. Don't forget, if you're not subscribed, then hit the subscribe button. Updates in the week through Patreon. And I don't know what's happening this week because we've got a wedding to go to on Friday. So it's going to be a bit chaotic here in the week, but should be back on Sunday as per normal. So that's all from me. Hope you've enjoyed it. As I say, don't forget to give it a thumbs up if you've enjoyed it, and catch you next Sunday, people. Bye for now.